This is day 11, where I will be going over Hanzo, Hogger, and Illidan. Hanzo is from Overwatch, and I heard that he lost Scatter Shot. In Overwatch, and it was replaced with a new ability. I will assume it was replaced with Storm Arrows? Which sounds like a barrage of shots. Because Scare Arrows was hard to use in, I'll presume, both games, HOTS. I mean, in Overwatch, and it's also kind of hard to use in HOTS. But I would leave it in. Because it's pretty unique of a ability, and the new version, Storm Arrows, isn't too interesting.
Commence combat preparations. You ready for combat, soldier?
Brightwing ready to face danger.
So his tier is medium. He has decent poke with Stormbow, and he can also go auto attack build, but it's not as good as other auto attackers. Dragon Strike is amazing during fights in specific orders, or to zone out the enemy from passing their gate for a few seconds. Familiarity, I'm medium. Those two heroics, we can see that Dragon Strike was the one in Overwatch. The new one is Dragon's Arrow. And we saw the rest of his abilities in Overwatch. He had Stormbow and Sonic Arrow. And also Wall Climb. Wait, he doesn't have Sonic Arrow? There, yeah, right here, Sonic Arrow. And his wall climbing HOTS, I believe he has the same one as Genji in Overwatch, but his version of his trait in HOTS requires him to jump over terrain or a building instead of being freeform like Genji's. Those two heroics. Dragon Strike is a large area effect DPS with a sweet spot in the center that deals 75% increased damage, it looks like. And Dragon's Arrow is a global skill shot that stuns. And Explosion does the explosion get bigger over time? I know the stun and damage gets stronger the longer it travels. I think that AoE stays the same. Those 20 upgrades are... For Dragon Strike, it is cooldown reduction when he uses his other abilities. So that is something I would change. Just to make the ulti stronger and less spammy. And for Dragon's Arrow, he can teleport to the arrow. I think Dragon's Arrow needs the 20 effect as baseline because it's feels like a weird ability to use as it gets more effective the farther you are, which makes it harder to land. Unless you're trying to use it between lanes or something. But yeah, I would probably bake some form of the 20 teleport talent. Into the base 10. So that kind of needs a new 20 also. Perfect agility is too underwhelming as a 20. And Bullseye adds a stun to Sonic Arrow, but I think it's nearly impossible to hit unless you're using it to counter a stationary target who's like channeling. Because it's a very slow and obvious skill shot. So I think that one needs a change also. So we can see his talents: Storm Bow, Scatter Arrow, Sonic Arrow. So he requires a bit more skill curve than other heroes to play, because Storm Bow requires some charging up to be effective. And like I said, Scare Arrow is very hard to land properly. Oh, he has 3 quests. The third one is actually for his all attack. And we have target practice, simple geometry, and redemption. This one, increase damage and range. It's good. This one makes more arrows. Condition is hard to get. Instead of a simple hits, you need to hit a hero with multiple arrows within one cast. The reward is 7 arrows from 5 to 7, which is good. Redemption is just increases your AS and max stacks. You can lose some progress on death. That's why the reward is pretty high, 50% AS. Hanzo hits pretty slow, but very hard. So that one's fine. Explosive arrows, I would change that to any enemy hit. I don't see why it is just for minions or monsters. Also, this should apply to structures, which I'm fine with. Any enemy hit. This one is good with piercing arrows. Especially during this third creep wave, it pretty much instantly clears it. Piercing arrows also works for Scare Arrow, which is good. Because Scare Arrow, if you hit an enemy with the initial arrow, it gets consumed. This actually adds some leeway to Scatter Arrow. Fleet of Foot is I'll probably add something that lets you move at full speed while channeling it, because you move slightly slower. Wait, do you move slightly slower? Maybe you don't move slow. I might add something for Storm Arrow that is a reference to Storm Bow. That is a reference to Storm Arrows, which is the barrage. This is what, 5 shots over 2.5 seconds? No, over 1.25 seconds or 1 second. Yeah, I would have something like Storm Arrows. Shoots 3 Stormbow shots. Stormbow releases 3 shots over once. Something like Stormbow releases 3 shots over 0.5 seconds. Instantly shoots 0.25 second delay, 0.25 second delay, yeah, that's right, over 2.5 seconds. 0.5 seconds. Each dealing 50% damage. So you have 150% of base damage. And then explosive arrows, 50%, and then 30% of that would be like 15%. Oh, hey. Okay, I will contact you if I'm interested. So storm arrows, I would put something like this at 16. It's a good damage talent. For scatter arrow, we have rated arrow, also for PvE. The clear is still pretty mediocre without the pierce. So I might need to buff rated arrow. Because 100% increased damage is 170 per minion. They have like 500-ish health, I think. Yeah, it doesn't do much. So I'll think about that. Never outmatched is lets you spam it more. Reduce mana cost, reduce cooldown. I find that really boring, so I'd probably change that one. Oh yeah, Fleet of Foot. MS, you landing. X 3 times. Okay, it makes more sense than increased MS while moving because if you can just, because you can charge Stormbolt indefinitely. It'd be weird if you can just charge it and then start like walking away with increased MS. It makes sense for it to be on release. For his all attack build, he has a few talents, such as this one. Instantly kills minions and increases attack range. So yeah, this doesn't do anything during a team fight because there are no minions to kill, so it's kind of awkward. This one is decent, but it takes a while to build stacks. You can see it's 3 armor. Takes like 7 hits to build stacks. You can also use Stormbow to build stacks. If it was a Scatter Arrow, it'd be a lot easier to build stacks with. I'd probably, yeah, move this to a Scatter Arrow talent. You can initiate with this to lower their armor. It's physical and spell, so you can then follow up with auto attacks and Stormbow. But yes, Sharpened Arrow would probably be a Scatter Arrow talent. This one is specifically for Stormbow. Like in Hungers, you have 3 nukes if we include the heroic. Oh, this actually does damage, but it's negligible. 4 stacks. Stacks last very long. It's good for him. And I would maybe merge like these two or something because they have like the same condition to land Stormbow and you get buffs. You don't really need them in 2 places. Instant mounting, I'm not sure why he has it. Because there are no mounts in Overwatch. I'd probably remove it off Hanzo. This one also related to Stormbow. A lot of things related to Stormbow. More cooldown reduction, takedown reset cooldown. This one also related to Stormbow and auto attacks. So it's for a hybrid build, you use both constantly. The damage boost is significant. But it's only for 1 shot, that's why you alternate between the 2. Alright, Slayer is like Giant Killer for other heroes, percentage-based damage. But this one also applies to Scare Arrow, which makes sense as Scatter Arrow hits multiple times. I might make this one also Scatter Arrow specific. Maybe move it into this one. Double damage against non-heroes, percentage based damage against. I was moving a lot of percentage based damage. But one only applies to scatter. Yeah, I might have a 1% effect into serrated arrow. Go off basic attacks, so it would be serrated arrow also deals 1% of HP as damage to heroes. Of max HP as damage to heroes. This is also a buff. I might change these two to be any ability hit. 4 stacks, 3 stacks. I just don't like everything being timed to bow. Sonic Arrow, I feel like I wanted to give it some talents. I usually give every ability a few talents. It only has Bullseye right now at 20, which I don't think anyone takes. Uptime is 25%, pretty short. Bullseye makes it easier to land. I might remove the stun and just make this a super early talent you can take. Remove stun. Use the stun. Maybe add something to reveal enemies. I was thinking take more damage, which would be armor reduction, but he has that to arrows. So we could make Sonic Arrow also.
Prepare yourselves for battle, heroes.
The uptime is so short for what?
I see they are sending out the dread today.
Blocks, yeah, 0.5.
Your foul
Amateur.
words do not sway me. With purpose.
Hitbox. Increase.
The battle begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4,
Maybe the tagged person
1.
moves slower? Because Hanzo does not have any CC I can think of. None of the talents add any CC. Well, besides Bullseye adding the stun and his heroic. So yeah, it's... Or... Yeah, I feel like a slow would help him. We can call it like disorienting shot. Slows for 20% to the enemy hit for the full duration, which would be 5 seconds. And then maybe add a third talent. Let's say disorienting shot.
You shouldn't have made. Excellently done.
Enemy hit by impact is slowed by 20% for the full duration. Or just say 5 seconds because the reveal is 5 seconds.
My thanks, healer. Your resilience cannot be shaken.
It's slowed by 20% for the full duration of the reveal.
Act as one.
And then maybe one more talent that increases the duration in AoE. The bullseye makes it easier to land. We have a soft CC through a slow and then a very big reveal. Yeah, I probably like that because I don't like the other revealing,
Choose a talent.
like how do I say it? Like the old scouting drone talent
Wind's might.
was common, so
My thanks.
these vision abilities are pretty rare now. And they're always good. Vision is strong in MOBAs. I would have revealing player Sonic Arrow. Let's say like 20% increased duration and area of effect.
Excellently done.
So these are like pretty much utility talents for a utility ability, if you like it enough. I probably just reduce the cooldown of Sonic Arrow anyways, because 20 seconds is very long for ability that doesn't have that much impact. So I maybe reduce it to like 15.
Choose a talent.
Let's say This is for Sonic Arrow. Area of effect and duration increased by 20%.
My thanks, Keeper. That area grows perilous. With purpose.
I don't like either of the heroics these supports took.
Great heal. Sir,
I find Light Bomb is so awkward to use.
such daring. Justice has come for you. Killing spree over. I'll be with you. Double kill. Triple kill. Choose a talent. We march. A glorious victory. I'm impressed. One of our my thanks, Keeper. Your spirit is strong, mortal. I'm impressed. I require
I think you
assistance.
could use some mercy
Killing
on our
spree.
side.
My thanks, Keeper. Quickly. My thanks, Keeper.
Oh yeah, on a side note, like, Rexar has a flare talent, which I think has 100% uptime or something.
Allow me to join you in your fight.
I'd probably remove that off him because he just gets that for free as a talent. For Hanzo, it's an actual ability. So I will check Rexar's flare values soon. I think it's 20-second uptime with 20-second cooldown. And 20-second duration.
Justice is at hand. killing spree. You're holding back. Justice is at hand. That
His Sonic Arrow has 20% increased area of effect and duration.
choose a talent. Absolutely done. Great. Act as one. Slain. Your killing spree is over.
This is Sonic Arrow slows the enemy hit by its impact for the full duration. And we can check out Rexar. This player is, I don't know the cooldown on that. I believe it's 20. Let's say Sonic Arrow cooldown reduced to 15 seconds.
The Banshee Queen's reign will end.
I probably have all of these Sonic Arrow talents super early because they are for an underwhelming ability. Yeah, I might actually make one of them a quest and do something about redemption. I don't know if I like redemption. I like the flawless technique for a hybrid build is more interesting than just playing all attacks. This one where you have to blend your attacks with Stormbow. I mean, it's possible we make the Storm Arrow talent a 20 and make it 5 shots over 1 second. It definitely reminds me of Klinx's Burning Barrage. But here you can add, you have to add the Pierce talent and the Explosive AoE talent.
We march.
Yeah, I'd definitely make Storm Arrows a 20 then. because of his huge relevance of Stormbow throughout his talents.
Excellently done.
So if Storm Arrows was released, this is 5 shots over 1 second, each dealing 50% damage. Facing is locked. Oh, maybe I'll include that. So that was a 20.
I am not dissuaded so easily.
Then we can make Disorienting Shot the quest. Quest. Slows the enemies hit by its impact by 10% up to 50% when you land it. So it'll be like quest, hit enemies with the hit heroes with the center of Sonic Arrow. Reward is
The enemy is attacking our core.
center hit slows enemy by 10% for the full duration, up to 50% at 5 stacks.
Our core is under attack.
Help me!
Our core is under attack. Justice has come for you. Killing spree
What comeback? So, that would be the quest. This would actually be at level 4. That helps you stack quest progress. So this one would be at 7. So yes, all the Sonic Arrows would be taken early. Sonic Arrow talents. So we might just remove Redemption. Flawless technique. I like it. Let's say the Dragon Hungers applies to any ability damage. Applied by any ability instead. So it's super easy to instantly get max stacks through Scatter Arrow. I might put this in the later tiers, like 13-ish. Like Dragon Strike can also pretty much instantly recharge. Get stacks for that thing. The 2 heroics. This one is his signature, goes through walls. That one's good. Dragon's Arrow. Let's see if I would change it. I might just always pick the medium distance and remove the 3 tiers. Arrow always applies medium tier effect. As play of the game built into it. Always applies medium tier effect. Medium tier effect. Strength. As play of the game built into it. So I would change play of the game. So this one is like global teleportation. This one he actually doesn't need to hit to teleport. Can you just escape instantly with, not instantly, but pretty easily shooting backwards? The cooldown 70 seconds. Let me check what's the thresholds for Dragon's Arrow. 11 distance. That's about like here to here. And over a screen. Okay, I'll think about that. But this one, the Dragon Awakens. I would change this to center area. How long does Dragon Strike last? Like 4. Okay. Center area expands to reach the entire width. Center area expands to reach the entire width over its duration. Which would essentially increases damage because the center damage is almost doubled. I might just leave this, I guess. Dragon Arrow. I'll just leave it as is. I would have Storm Arrows as one of the 20. Locked facing, so you cannot turn while shooting a burst. We also, let's see, we moved that into serrated arrows. Piercing arrows is good at 16, I believe. Fleet of foot. Yeah, I guess it can be a Stormbow thing. I feel like this is a super early talent. So we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We have like 4 slots. Or straight. 2 charge. What if he could use abilities without dismounting? Mounted archer. What if he could attack without, without dismounting? Because taking damage dismounts you. No, but I'm serious. What if we had mounted archery using abilities do not dismount you? Just abilities, so you can't attack on the horse because I don't really want another tracer situation. Using abilities do not dismount you. This would probably be a... Would this be a 20? Actually, what if I let you be able to attack and make it a 20? Now I'm very curious. Can Can now attack and use abilities while mounted. And stay mounted. Can now use attacks and abilities while mounted and stay mounted. Now use attacks and abilities while mounted and stay mounted. That's very interesting. So this is a hybrid for Stormbow and auto attacks. This is Stormbow and Scatter Arrow. This is any abilities. I kind of took out a lot of basic attack things. So maybe we could have, because this, you get stacks attacking the same target. Maybe we can have a talent which rewards consecutive attacks on the same target. I think Tyrande kind of has something like this. Her Tornasian Archery increases damage against heroes with consecutive attacks. I was thinking of making increased attack speed with consecutive attacks. Let's just see how hers is worded. Attacks against heroes grant a stacking. Okay, let's say perfect draw. Attacks against heroes gain gain 10. Attacks against the same hero. Oh, they changed it for her. Let's say consecutive attacks against the same hero grants 20% AS up to 60%, or 4 seconds up, grants 20% AS up to 60% for 4 seconds. Consecutive attacks against the same hero grants 20% attack speed up to 60% for 4 seconds. So max stack, you need to hit them 4 times, so you'll get the full buff after 5 hits, right? I mean 5 hits and above, you hit 60% faster. His old redemption was 50%, so this is a slight increase in power as long as you keep hitting the same guy. This is for attacks. This one increases damage. Yeah. Fine. Attack speed, we have minus armor with air arrows. His trait, let's add at least 1 talent, maybe 2. Extra charge thing. Up to, but let's just reduces natural agility cooldown by 15 seconds. By 15 seconds. Yeah, that's it. You don't need anything to combo with it. because the trait itself has a condition before you can use it. So it's kind of like this. Cooldown reduction, I buffed it because I removed the second charge, and I will probably leave this at about 13 tier, because you just get a more spammier jump that doesn't do anything else. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We can have one more. But let's start putting things in their place. We have these 3 quests. And Sonic Arrow quest, Disorienting Shot. I mentioned having all the Sonic Arrow quests early, so this would be at 4. This would be at 7. Mounted archery, we would try this at 20. Piercing arrows was good for a 16. Dragon Hunger. This one probably be a 4. Explosive arrows at like 13. 13 you take explosive arrows, 16 you take pierce. 20 you can take the barrage. Nice sequence of talents to take. So yes, this would be at 13. Explosions triggered by any enemy hit. This one is used. Leo foot. Yes, can be 4. So rated arrows can probably be like a 7. Alright, 16. You have something that applies to Stormbow and Scatter Arrow. Would try not to have either of those to add that here. So I would put Dragon Hungers. Probably Perfect Draw. Once for abilities, once for attack, and Piercing Arrow helps specifically those 2 abilities. Yes. These will actually be at 16. Dragon Hungers. And Perfect Draw. So 13 we have Explosive Arrow. And probably the Reduce Armor. Applied only by Scatter Arrow instead. So with one perfect Scatter Arrow shot, you can reduce 20 armor. You get 7 shots from simple geometry. This would probably be a 7. So this lost technique. Oh, this is also a Stormbow talent. So let's actually put this at 7. And I think this would be at like 13-ish. Ninja Assassin. I have something at 4. I think his attack range is what, 6.5, right? 6.5. I was thinking of something that applies increased range to every ability, maybe something, but that's definitely not 4 talents. We have Sonic Arrow, Stormbow, maybe have something related to natural agility. Maybe just increased dexterity after using natural agility increases movement speed by 25%, 4 or 5 seconds. Wait, fleet of foot is 6 seconds. 30% MS. This can be 20% for 5 seconds. So you'll need stacks, easier to use. Yeah, let's just say like 20% for 5 seconds. So yeah, you have 2 competing MS talents, which is good. You can only pick one. So yeah, this is Hanzo. I mean, now I kind of have a purpose to have the instant mount after natural agility. Call this quick escape. Andy's quick escape, let's call it. So yeah, let's change this back to using natural agility instantly mounts. Because you have this with mounted archery, ninja assassin, perfect draw. This auto attack force build. Okay, maybe this should be a 4, then maybe switch these two. Pulse technique. No, but I want that for the auto attack build. I might actually just leave it like that. Yeah, okay, so this is Hanzo. Finished. Next we have Hogger, which I believe is the last hero made. Let me just check. Release date. Oh, wait, it's not Hogger. Oh, yeah, it's Hogger. He is a Null from Warcraft. Might be a famous NPC. It's Hog. Okay, he's just some named NPC, I guess. His weapon is a ball and chain. His tier, he is medium. Has some sustain, decent AoE damage. Medium there. His signature is probably body blocking with his trait. Acts as terrain, which combos with these two spells.
Have you made
One stuns if you hit them, the enemy against terrain.
Worthy of my conversation.
One you bounce off terrain. And you have an ulti that's pretty much a second loot horde. It also allows you to dive in the back line and wall off with this and this.
I agree with this decision.
Or you can do a bunch of shenanigans with these two positioning and Hog Wild. So he actually has a pretty high skill cap also.
Decrees are absolute.
There's two heroics, like I said. Or the pult, good for diving. is perfect fit for his for this hero. And this other one is Shockwave, pretty fast projectile that stuns for a short while and stuns people closer to him for a longer while.
Is there no one who can face a challenge? Our ally faltered. That is not acceptable. The choice is
Choose a talent.
not enough
Suitably done.
Killing spree. Your killing spree is over.
The 20 upgrades. This one for Horde Bolt launches Dynamite, which I believe is untalented. I could check. Let's see. Horde. Oh, it's talented except dense blasting powder.
as I desire.
Strategy is working.
Which is that one. So just causes more mayhem with a bunch of dynamite thrown every 2 seconds. Because it lasts like 20 seconds. So you can see that throws like 10 dynamites over its duration. Also throws bonus meat, which helps him heal up.
I agree with your decision.
And the other one
Double kill.
reduces armor and cooldowns affected by rage. Rage is his resource, which affects, I believe, faster cooldown ability for basic abilities. So now applies to that heroic.
I'm impressed. Triple kill. Quad kill.
Yeah, I'm not sure what all that fuss.
We could probably find a description of rage somewhere.
Killing spree.
So yeah, it goes up to 100% faster.
Your High Lord has returned.
Sorry, 50% faster because he has 100 rage.
Chain of Ascension.
And he should have something that would increase max rage. Which I don't think he has. But I could double check.
I agree with this decision.
Oh, this anger management. He does have something. I would probably not have it at 20. Reduce his effects a bit because he can always use rage at level 1. Rage is useful.
Oh, predictable yet effective.
His rage also increases the damage of Hogwild. And not his other abilities, I believe. Just the cooldown reduction part.
This was a possibility.
So we have staggering. Oh. Easy throw. Dynamite. Hogwild. His traits. I'll just call that Rage and Loot Horde. His last 20 is no control. Unlike Hogwild, which you have to aim it. And it bounces off terrain, duration refreshers every time it bounces, so it can last infinitely. If you position well. No control makes it automatically chase enemy heroes, but it's an untaunted version. Against a single enemy hero, it will follow them the whole time because there's nothing else to chain between. So its DPS is very high. As long as it's only one enemy. The more enemies there are, the more you chain around them, and the weaker your DPS drops. 2 enemies, it's okay. More, it's kinda bad. I would actually buff this to be a talented version of Hogwild, just so you can take talents with it. I don't think it'd be too OP. I think cooldown's what, 60 seconds on that? 50 seconds. Oh yeah, and it cannot be cancelled.
My vengeance will be denied no longer. As I desire. Always fall.
Learn from this and come back stronger.
No control. Will now be talented version. So his talents, you can see he has some for everything, right? Yeah, on the prowl is... Since it's the newest hero, I probably need the least amount of changes. Activate to gain rage, passive healing, that's affected by rage. Amount of rage he has, that's good. Hogger's joggers. He's MS and healing, and he heals himself. but this will also let allies heal more. That's good. He likes being on high rage.
How unfortunate. Not a welcome development.
Or let's maybe just go over what I don't like. This is a quest. Heals his health with sustain. Increases his max health, heals him based on max health. That's good synergy. He can get stacks through his other talents, which makes multiple dynamites. Such as this one and what is this? This one where direct hits makes
This was a
an additional dynamite behind them. Oh yeah, sorry, it is part of it. It's the first half of that one,
our floor is under
which isn't stated here for some reason. That one's good. This one, you have double meat, one on cast and one on expiration. Helps with sustain. You can see all this is for sustain. It's armor, that's good. Tank here.
Only because I will it.
These. This is a quest. I mean, all of these are fine. Nothing like anti-synergy that I would complain about.
They're attacking the court. Stop them.
Onward.
He also mixes in right clicks pretty well.
MVP.
The cooldown on this. 2 seconds. Or just remove the cooldown. That 2 seconds is so non-existent. Maybe I would move these two apart. Make headbanger. Just deal double damage. So I'll make it a flat value instead of percentage based. And then nerf the effect slightly, move it up to here. Then yeah, I'll move Dust Devil down. Which one would I demote? Or maybe the spell power sounds huge, 50%. Just jump on mages. I mean, especially with the no control buff, which I am going to implement. Journeyman cooking. I might just switch the position of these two. Just because I like quests at 1. Brute strength. On the prowl. I might actually flip these two positions. And then we have, wait, this should actually be the first one. Aggro range. And then we have bones to gnaw. And then I would put anger management. Reduced to 20 max rage. Basic attacks generate 2 additional rage. Five, 4, 3, 2, 2. Yeah, since it's at 4, I will show you what I would do for this one. 7, we have Scene Red. That's Blasting Powder. And Garbage Fire. Add some CC. I will just remove the cooldown bonus. At 10 we have the 2 ultis, Horde Pult, Shockwave. At 13 we will have Dust Devil. And Headbanger. Bonus damage changed to let's say like 100. Bonus damage changed to 100 flat damage. Let's say like 120. So it's not a huge spike only on tanks. Bonus damage changed to 120 flat. We have Dust Devil and then Bloodthirst. He gets lifesteal on everything else besides Hogger. Wait. Besides Dynamite, I mean. This Dynamite is his spammable range nuke. So then we have Louis at 16. Hummel will be demoted to 16. And we have Berserker. This is a mix for his attack build. Hybrid attack and spells is fine. Secret stash. Power spike. I said the no control will be buffed to. And that'll be talented version. Secrets. And this I would use Hogger's Joggers. Also has a third tier at 80 rage, and bonuses will increase to 20%. Maybe also a fourth tier. I mean, it is a 2010. Or just make it linear instead of saying all these tiers. We just say, what is it? It's about... So the fourth tier would be 100 rage, 25% bonuses. So let's say... If you had 120 rage, 30% bonuses, 4 rage... Every 4 rage increases movement speed by 1% and increases movement speed and healing received by 1%. Every 4 rage. Yeah, that's correct. So every 4 rage increases MS and healing received by 1%. Every 4 rage increases movement speed and healing received by 1%. So those old tiers were about 8. Here, 12.5. They're about the same, but we have bigger thresholds at 100. His normal cap would be 25% permanent MS and healing received. And 120 with the anger management talent taking out 4. At 120 rage, he would have 30% increased MS and healing received. So I think that's good. So yeah, that's fine. I didn't change much because he doesn't have outdated things. And he's a really hybrid, use all abilities well with some high skill cap for landing his abilities. He's a good hero. Okay. Lastly, we have Illidan, which is one of the heroes I would change drastically because I do not like their implementation. Illidan is from Warcraft. He is a pretty famous character. I'm probably not gonna go too deep into his lore. So he has a playable version in Warcraft. He's based on a demon hunter, which I will show you there. But wait, so this is demon hunter. I'll show you their abilities. They have mana burn, burns mana, then deals damage. Immolation, which is like Arthas's. It's a permanent toggle that costs mana. By permanent, I mean there's no duration, it only costs mana. You can leave it on. He has the evasion, which is in HOTS as evade all attacks for a brief window. And his ulti is Metamorphosis, which he's actually ranged in Warcraft. It's pretty standard attack range. It will be about 6, I think, in HOTS equivalent. But what I don't like about Illidan is he is a super feast and famine type of character. It's because of his trait, Betrayer's Thirst, which reduces the cooldown and adds lifesteal to his attacks. So if you cannot deal with Illidan through enough CC, he can just run over your team because he has 2 mobility spells. And they have insanely short cooldown as long as he's attacking. And he can get a 3rd mobility through his ulti. And if you can't control him, then he doesn't do damage because he has no range poke. So he just needs to commit or die. Which also gives him a high skill cap just because you need to judge how far you can push him. But I don't really like that playstyle. His tier is low. Familiarity, I'm medium with him. I used to play him a lot in beta. Open beta. Actually, I think I was invited to the closed beta. And he really hasn't been through much changes over the years. So his abilities, I would draw more upon his Warcraft. Mana Burn I was thinking of as something to make because there isn't really anything like it in HOTS, which would remove mana from enemies. And it's also fitting because Malfurion, his brother, gives mana to enemies, allies. So this would be a fitting opposite. So this would just be a pretty low medium damage nuke that just reduces enemies a percentage of their mana, maybe like 10%. Cooldown pretty short. Be between 6 to 8 seconds. I probably won't have the part where it deals bonus damage based on mana removed because some heroes just don't have mana. But the nuke would still work, you just don't remove anything. Evasion is fine, but I would give him 1 mobility because of Demon Hunters in Warcraft 3. They're good at attacking and they have high MS. So yeah, I would make Sweeping Strike and Evasion into like 1 spell. Yeah, I'd replace his first dive with the Mana Burn. And with 2 and 3 mixed into 1 spell, I would have another spell slot open, which I would put is Immolation. It'd probably be like Imperious's. It's just a couple seconds of AoE damage around you to burn. His immolation right now can be seen as a talent. Right there, immolation. So I will make it a full-fledged basic ability. I'll maybe make it special, like deals more damage when the enemy stays in it longer or something. Maybe. Or increase its duration when it hits. Just to signify the fact that it came from... It's inspired by an ability with... Hogger ability with infinite duration. So yeah, the numbers I'll probably draw from Imperious. Oh, and another side note is Illidan does not use mana. He also doesn't have any other resource usage. Doesn't have an alternate resource, so I'm not sure why we designed him like that. I think he's like one of the few heroes who just doesn't have the second bar, and you can just see his massive health bar for some reason. I mean, there's a lot of other heroes, like, yeah, sure, Diva doesn't use mana, but she has the bar being shown to be something, which is her self-destruct, and like Tracer being her ammo count. She don't really need a bar for, but Illidan just straight out doesn't have anything, so I would give him mana like a normal hero. Just because it slightly bothers me. Because having no mana, I mean, mana is a resource to be juggled with, and you just taking it out. Even if he could spam his abilities, it's pretty weird to just take out a resource. Well, then his ults, we have Metamorphosis, which should he stay as a melee form? We can look at the other transformations. They stay as the same form, attack or yeah, melee or ranged. I don't know if it would be too weird to make him transform from melee to ranged. I don't think it's too weird. I mean, something like Tychus, his range doubles when he transforms. Yeah, I'd probably make him ranged. I'd probably reduce his base AS too. He has very fast attack speed. just so you can proc his ult trait more. His other heroic is a very long-ranged single target stun. The hunt. Let's put down some things. Ability changes. Now uses mana. Dive replaced with mana burn. Evasion. Sweeping strikes. Sweeping strike replaced with.
As you wish.
Our forge is lost.
Let's call the hybrid evasive strike.
I am renewed.
Such daring. Wow, I'm in the groove. Choose attack.
Continue to hunt.
Now I'll show them.
The path leads this way.
A great victory, but we're not done yet.
My hunt continues.
Okay, mana burn. So it'd be like Larik's Lightning Surge. Instant single target bolt that. So it deals minor damage. That deals 66 damage and removes 10% of enemy mana.
Have courage, mortal. Double kill.
Place is dive. Single target bolt that deals 66 damage. And removes 10% of enemy. And removes 10% of enemy mana. Say target to target bolt. Let's just say bolt.
Vengeance is mine.
And then let's pick some mana cost. maybe like 50. I think heroes have 500 mana at the start, so this would actually be kind of an equal trade. And you also deal a bit of damage.
Your spirit is strong, mortal. Keep destroying. I require help.
Stay alert. Keep it up.
Answer for your transgressions.
This one black such daring.
A clever ploy. Any last words? I'm ready to continue the hunt.
Mana. Oh, pretty short cooldown. Maybe like. Mana burning is actually really spammable. Really spammable. Just leave 6-second cooldown. Places dive, bolt deals 66 damage and removes 10% of mana, 50 mana, 6-second cooldown. And then we have Evasive Strike, which I feel like is the name of one of his
MVP.
talents. Let's call this Elusive Strike. Elusive Strike replaces Sweeping... not really replaces Sweeping Strike. Sweeping Strike with 2.5 second evasion. Remove damage bonus, the attack damage bonus. Cooldown will be maybe like 10 seconds. So you have an uptime of 25% on evasion. You can see evasion goes up to like 30%. So this can have like maybe 60 mana, 10-second cooldown. And then we have Immolation. Replaces evasion. So we have my new abilities. Let's check out Imperious's values. This is Molten Armor. Let's see, well, this is 19 times 4. 40, 76 DPS. Yeah, let's just say area damage of 100. Wait, what's 70? Oh man. 40 plus 36, 76. Area damage of 76 DPS lasts 3 seconds. Or area damage of 76 DPS for 3S. Duration extends on hitting. Do I want that? 75 mana. How much is this? Also 75. What a ripoff of a clone I am. 12-second cooldown. Also 25% uptime. So it'd be kind of weird with Immolation and a ranged metamorphosis, but he does have that in Warcraft. Something definitely for mana burn. Suppress. Mana burn silences for like 1 second-ish. Definitely an anti-caster tool. You can use this on things without mana like Gaslow, Sonya. Works fine. Unlike Malfurion, who cannot target people without mana, even though his buff also gives faster cooldowns. For Illidan, I will say you can. We can just look over his old talents. This just adds damage. Yeah, we can look over his talents by versus heroics 20s. Permanent demonic form. Yeah, he can now mount because he can't mount while metamorphed. Same with, I think, all the transformations. You cannot mount. Now you can, since your thing's permanent. You get life when you transform, which is true. You get life and ranged attack. Ranged splash attack. Maybe I won't have the splash attack. But I will have range. So I would actually make a lot of changes to metamorphosis. Transforms at current location, remove health bonus, gets ranged attack. And like plus 50% attack damage. Gets ranged attack and plus 50% attack damage. Transforms at current location. Let's say health bonus changed to flat. That's on average, say 2.5 heroes hit. So 220 times 2.5 is 550. Change to flat 550 health. Health bonus changed to 550 health. Health bonus. 550 health. Like you don't have to hit heroes. Transforms at current location with 550. Bonus health, gets ranged attack and plus 50% attack damage. Because something like Rexar, his thing gets plus 200% damage. So let's say he gets plus 100% damage. And then now uses mana, attack speed reduced by 50%. So let's say 1.82 divided by 1.5, 1.2 attacks per second is okay. And then 78 times 1.5, 117 damage. I mean, I'm just comparing this to maybe like, I don't know, Greymane or something. I mean, it's okay, that damage. Attack damage increased by 50%. So it doesn't look too weird shooting super fast attacks in Metamorph. This is also... Gets range attack, plus 100% attack damage. We could definitely have something that's like feedback burns 15% mana, deals up to 100% bonus damage based on burned mana. Because feedback is also a thing in Warcraft, which removes mana and deals damage. Removes 15% mana, deals up to 100% bonus damage based on removed mana. This is maybe up to 100% bonus damage. Maybe up to like 50%. The whole point of this is just keep burning enemy mana to annoy them. Deals up to 50. No, we can leave it at 100. Deals up to 100% bonus damage based on removed mana. Yeah, if you can burn 15% mana, it deals double damage. This one is like a medium talent. This one is a late talent. Silences for 1 second. Pretty spammable. Guaranteed silence. Maybe could be a 16 talent. We could have Essence Drain. Gains mana equal to removed mana. Gains mana equal to 50% of removed mana. So you burn 15% mana, you drain back 7.5% mana. This doesn't work against people who don't have mana. Gains mana equal to 50% of removed mana. This one could actually be like the first talent. Because it's spammable, just refunds some mana, half the mana by itself. Then you have this one, Stronger Burn, which will give you more mana and also deals more damage. This one adds Silence. Oh yeah, I was talking about his heroics. We got sidetracked for a while. 20. This one I probably don't want, because the other permanent transformation is Tastar's Archon, which requires him to hit. He gets duration extension through attacks. This one, I mean, background wise, he doesn't have a permanent transformation in Warcraft. In the CC reduction part, he also doesn't have it, unlike... It would fit like Murden's avatar more. Because he actually gets unstoppable for the whole duration, which might be too strong here in HOTS. And so Sonya's also makes sense because I think you have reduced CC in Wrath of the Berserker. So yeah, this one doesn't really fit as much. So I probably changed that 20. This other heroic, I think the hunt is fine. So right now we are making him, he has some range poke that depletes the enemy's mana so he can fight more aggressively because the enemy can't do anything. He has one mobility thing. Also allows him to fight back against all attackers and trade favorably because he will dodge everything while he jumps them. This one just more damage. So yeah, the hunt would be fine as a second heroic. So yeah, the upgrade global range and a passive reveal just like Bloodseeker under 25%. I like the range part. The reveal part, it makes sense with the global range part. I mean, I'd probably actually leave that 20 there. I might increase the HP threshold a bit. Maybe like 35? 25 is actually really low. Maybe 50? I don't know if 50 is too high. Because you permanently reveal them. Yeah, maybe just like 35-ish, somewhere between these two. The cooldown of his ults, I will reduce them back down because his trait affects his ulti. That's why they are so long. I'm pretty sure the hunt used to be like 40-second cooldown. Or at most 60, it was very short. Probably 60. So I would reduce Metamorph maybe to like 90 seconds. I can check the other transformation heroes. Specifically Odin and Archon. Archon's definitely 90. I've been playing some Taskar. So I'd probably change his down to 90 to match the others. The hunt would probably be... Um... 60 seconds-ish. Because by itself it's just a single target initiation and doesn't do anything else. Decently long stun. Those other 20s were just old generic talents. They were never improved, I think. It's just Nexus Blades and Bolt of the Storm. I mean, do they make sense? One is for all attacking. He did all attacks. It made sense. The other is just a blink, which makes no sense. He also didn't need a fourth mobility thing. So I have brand new 20s because they're both old and boring. So yeah, his transformation, I can check and compare what the other transformations do because they're all similar at 20-second durations. Yes, we have Odin and we have Archon. And Dragon Queen has a very long cooldown because it's a trait, so she gets it for free. It's like a second heroic because it is that strong. Any other transformations? I think that's it. Yeah, what's notable about Archon is he has the rest of his base moves. And the other transformations I listed have new sets of moves. And Ragnaros, I guess. Another transformation that also lasts about 20 seconds, I think. If you didn't shorten his duration through hitting him.
Excellent healing, friend.
So for his other 20s, I will probably design them at the very end. It's either I make a talent and I feel like it can be boosted to 20 and make it very strong, or I just find something very nice to make it a 20. Okay, very nice. So we can look at maybe his old talents if you want, or his old abilities. We have Dive, which we have like gets armor, which he kind of needs because he just jumps in and then tries his best not to die. And then he has this one, more chase, which is so unnecessary. This one helps because he can jump to allies if he goes too deep. And then this one is you just spam it for more damage. You can see it deals actually kind of significant damage. Because Dive itself is a very soft nuke. And then for his sweeping strikes, he has a quest, which actually had the second charge. There's one that lets him go through terrain, more mobility.
Exactly. Thank you.
So, like, let's see, it was Unbound, which is actually together. We have this thing which focused on hitting multiple heroes since he gets attack bonus damage. For hitting people, the old immolation, and gain armor there, generic armor. And this one adds more basic attack damage. He only does attack damage really. I'm just blitzing through these because we're gonna make new ones. This evasion, more evasion spam, and this one adds a lot of spell armor. Which evasion doesn't do anything against spells. So that one makes good sense. And then we have a few things for his traits.
Wait. Isn't that supposed to be the tough one?
One has increased healing for basic attacks, another one lets him heal through ability damage. Which are these two specifically.
Excellent healing, friend. Game on.
And yeah, I think that's all his old talents. So we will start. We'll continue designing the new ones. Elusive Strike can definitely get increased evasion duration. I would probably remove like the spell armor parts and make him an evasion specialist, I would call it.
Exactly.
Oh, you've undone my wounds. Thank you.
Your healing is appreciated.
You have my thanks. Most appreciated.
Does she have Archon? Oh, she has Archon.
Unseen threat lurks here.
Dude, Maeve should not lose against an orb beaming build. Neat. Okay. So we have something like increased evasion duration. Let's call this evasive strike. Evasive strike. Evasion sweeping strike. Mana burn. Elusive strike. Elusive strike evasion duration increased by 1 second. Or maybe like... It's 1.5 seconds too strong. 4 seconds, which is pretty much the opposite of Artanis blind. Blind for 4 seconds. This might be okay. Elusive strike evasion duration increased by 1 second, and then we also have, let's say, elusive strike. Yeah, sure, unbound. Elusive strike can go over walls and terrain, just gives him some more mobility. Onto his 1 mobility spell. That is kind of special enough to be like 13-6 thing. So he actually gets brand new trait because I am removing the old one. Okay. We can also have, let's see. I'll just say like increased range and damage. They're just pretty basic effects. Elusive strike has 25% increased range and damage. This one can also kind of be early. And for immolation, we have something like, let's go back to Imperius. I think he has an increased duration. This one, damaging an enemy hero increases the duration. Which I wanted. So we call this, it's called like flames of agony. Hitting a hero extends the duration by 1 second. So you can actually get permanent immolation if you hug enemy heroes. Hitting a hero with immolation. Extends the duration by 1 second. So that would actually be a pretty late tier since it has infinite duration. I mean, doesn't Sovereign Armor also have infinite duration? But whatever. And then we can have immolation. So yeah, I want immolation to be a pure damage spell. He doesn't get armor or anything. So we can definitely have increased immolation damage. Like damaging an enemy increases. Let's call this fiery brand. Because it focuses on doing damage. Damaging an enemy increases the damage taken. Actually, it could be all damage. Damaging an enemy increases the damage taken by Illidan. Damaging an enemy increases the damage taken by Illidan. Increases the damage taken from Illidan. By like 5%. 5% up to 30%, by 5% up to 30%. Damaging an enemy hero increases the damage taken from Illidan for like 3 seconds. Or just for the when immolation is active, maybe? Damaging an enemy increases the damage taken from Illidan by 5% up to 30%. Well, this is actually more like Semiro's when he breaks Windwalk and Harsh Winds. Damaging an enemy with immolation. Immolation. Damaging an enemy. Let's just say immolation increases the damage taken from Illidan by 5% up to 30% for 3 seconds. Immolation increases the damage taken from Illidan by 5% up to 30% for 3 seconds. So by itself, it lasts like 3 seconds. They take 15% increased damage for 3 more seconds afterwards. If you have Flames of Agony, the cap would be 30%, but they will always take 30% more damage as long as you are refreshing immolation on them. And let's see, what other names can we take? Oh yeah, he does not have sustain. I'd probably give him some type of attack life steal. Let me just show you let's see, HOTSRedesign. And then we have Tassadar. So look at Odin. Doubles his range, his damage, 91. He actually has the same DPS, except he cannot use chain gun. But he gets armor. And minigun. And his abilities, I'm pretty sure hits harder than his base abilities. Tassadar gets double damage, 28 times 4. Damage is DPS is pretty low at like 112-ish. Archon actually barely increases his DPS. He just gets splash and reduced spell armor. That synergizes with his other abilities. This one lasts pretty short. So yeah, let's say starts with 5 plus 550 health. Plus 550 HP. Gets range attack and 100% attack damage. 90-second cooldown. The hunt cooldown reduced to 60 seconds. So he gets double damage and essentially an attack range boost because he's now ranged. He gets plus health instead of armor. And he gets the same abilities. So maybe the attack damage is a bit too high. 100%. Let's say 50%. Because he also gets pretty much plus 100% ranged attack increase. So that should be good. Nowhere to hide. I said I wanted to increase each health threshold to 35%, just slightly higher so it's easier to trigger. He needs a new 20 with Metamorphosis. Maybe add some region when he Metamorphs. As the 20s, pretty much makes him unkillable. Last 18 seconds, regen 5% of health per second. So he can fight. Maybe so increase the attack damage bonus. Demonic form. So yeah, this also increases his DPS by 20% because of the attack speed boost. Yeah, maybe let's keep that 20% attack speed. Yeah, instead of CC, he actually gets regeneration. So, demonic form will be... Metamorphosis increases attack speed by 20% and regenerates 5% HP per second. Metamorphosis increases attack speed by 20% and regenerates 5% HP per second. 5% max HP per second. So he pretty much heals for 100% HP. And it makes him hard to kill. But you can still CC burst him down. Fine enough. So I think that's okay for now. We can have some hybrid talents like... Elusive Strike activates Immolation? I mean, that's the most... that's a spell combo that makes the most sense. So we can call this Ignition using Elusive. Elusive Strike activates Immolation. Using Elusive Strike activates Immolation. Triggers. I'll say triggers. Lifesteal. Yeah, and so cooldown reduction, I could just use life steal. And then he has Hunter's Ons. Yeah, I mean, if we have his traits, let's see, Betrayer's Thirst, remove cooldown reduction. I think he's also really, is he really squishy? Actually, he doesn't look that squishy. Lifesteal reduced to like 20%. Because that matches like other old lifesteal talents. They're just, I think they're like 15 or 20%. Lifesteal reduced to 20%. So we can have actually keep some of the trait talents. Thirsting Blade, I would make Lifesteal doubled against heroes. We have Betrayer's Thirst Lifesteal doubled against heroes. And then we have Hunter's Onslaught. Betrayer's Thirst Lifesteal also applies to abilities. So they also heal for 20% of the damage dealt, 40% total against heroes. Or maybe, Betrayer's Thirst. Activate to reveal all heroes. Activate to reveal all heroes for 5 seconds. Because this allows you to just use the Alt T. Because then I was thinking of making this takedowns reset these two cooldowns so you can keep jumping individual heroes. Oh, I find that idea hilarious. So, would it be too strong? You just rip apart single hero. Activate to reveal heroes for 5 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Remove CD reduction. Lifesteal to 20%. Activate to reveal heroes for 5. Activate to reveal heroes for 5 seconds, 60-second cooldown. Move cooldown reduction. Lifesteal to 20%. Activate. Lifesteal to 20. Activate to reveal heroes for 5 seconds. 60-second cooldown. Lifesteal doubled against heroes. Lifesteal also applies to abilities. And then we can have nowhere to hide. So it's like Bloodseeker, nowhere to hide. Betrayer's Thirst passively reveals heroes under 25% HP. Which means this one I would change to takedowns reset the cooldown of the hunt and Betrayer's Thirst. It'll be way too strong, right? Yeah. Takedowns reset the cooldown of the hunt. So you go into a fight with the hunt, you take down someone, you have the passive reveal if an enemy limps out, and then you just hunt them again. If you see no one, then you pop Betrayer's Thirst to reveal them. And then you can hunt any target you want, pretty much. And then you stick on them with like this, Immolation and Elusive Strike. Mana burn helps so they can't fight back. You are a good single target melee assassin. Sure. Takedowns reset the cooldown of the hunt. That's it. Let's call this out from the shadows. From the shadows. So his weakness is spell damage, which I mean slightly offset with Bone's health from Metamorphosis. Bone's health protects against all damage. But yeah, I will leave that as a weakness. He also doesn't really have CC. Which I think is fine if he has one mobility spell. Maybe something more things related to takedowns? An ending hatred. Takedowns increase. Yeah, it's something just for heroes. I want you to farm minions. I want you to farm heroes. So it'd be like Artanis's, or more like Zagara's damage boost, because Artanis also increases based on minions. Zagara is only hero attacks. No, it's actually, let's see how hers is worded. It's every attack. Increases a hero. As a hero increases her attack. Yeah, let's have like this on Illidan. So this would pretty much be another unending hatred. Attacks against heroes permanently increases attack damage by 0.2%. The numbers should be fine because Zagara has this, which is it 0.2%? Let me just check real fast. I thought it might have been 0.3. It's 0.2%. 100 attacks increases damage by 20%. Is that a lot? That sounds like a lot. Well, I mean, you're only rewarded to keep fighting. So I think that's a fine talent. So it's a change from before. Before he could also farm minions. Making it hero specific now. Then we could have some more other generic talents. We have attack damage from this. Metamorphosis also gives attack damage. The 20 gives attack speed. I wanted some more takedown specific talents. And then you have life sustain from 20 metamorphosis, and your back lifesteal from your traits. You should have enough sustain, really. Well, I mean, technically he should get flat damage bonus because his ulti is percentage based. And you can see from his ult talent it was flat damage, but that also scaled well for attack speed. I would probably change it to flat damage. I would need to pick a good number though. I mean, just 0.2 or 0.25 damage. Isn't that fine? I mean, then we just look at Zojing, which I'm pretty sure his trait is flat damage. He's also good with attack speed. So yes, I will check Zojing's values. Right now, Zojing gets like right here. Every 5 attacks increases attack damage by 1. Yeah, so let's say every attack increases attack damage by just 0.2. This is a flat point 2. And this takedowns reset the cooldown of the hunt. Also has 50 also has global cast range.
Choose a talent. For honor and glory.
I also noticed I forgot to include mana cost for his heroics, but it's such a minor detail, I'm probably not going to care. Should just be, you know, generic ultimate costs like 100 or something, nothing too special. I would include them.
Your spirit is strong. Double kill.
And from the shadows, take downs, reset the cooldown of the hunt. Also gives global cast range, the same as before. Don't need all that. I don't need. Actually, don't need this. What else do we have? This would be a quest at 1. We have 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We need 4 more. Immolation probably needs another one, even though we have a free trigger here. We could have like, okay, this can be basic. Let's call this like I mean, we call this one ignition. Activating immolation immediately deals 76 damage. So it's just 1 tick of damage. Maybe let's actually say 1.5. Let's do more than 1 tick of damage. No, maybe. No, because of the free trigger, I'm kind of scared to push it. Let's say 1.5 times a tick of damage. So this is activating immolation immediately deals 114 damage to nearby enemies. This one can be called not configuration. Let's call this Phoenix Dive. So then these two can actually work well together. This does bonus damage. This extends, helps with this one. Yeah, everything's a new talent. Surprise. That's the 2 heroics slightly changed. I don't know, we should just make the hunt global at 10. Has global cast range. Takedowns reset the cooldown of the hunt and basic abilities. So this is like Greymane's Unleashed, which I took away from him. Reset kills. I mean, yeah, it would fit Illidan a lot more, especially with the global charge. Takedowns reset the cooldown of the hunt and basic abilities. Do I want to give you the trait? Reset the trait too? I feel like that's too strong. But you need to kill them. Takedowns reset the cooldown of the hunt and of the hunt basic abilities and traits. Of the hunt basic abilities and traits. Yeah, so if you can solo pick off things you can just keep resetting. I mean, it's not like you have unlimited mana anyways. This would be kind of costly to keep using all your abilities on every single target enemy hero. So let's try this for now. Takedowns reset the cooldown of the hunt, basic abilities, and trait. Let's maybe add another talent to mana burn. Maybe just add like some minor AoE to it. Like, or a chain. No, let's try AoE. Let's call this like, Arcane Detonation. Arcane? Arcane Detonation. I mean, he's not really arcane. This would be like, it's fine. Mana burn affects all enemies around the target within 1 range. Within 2 range. Let's actually make it pretty decently big. Arcane Detonation. So we have a lot of talents. 4. This one, that's 4, that one has 4, this one has 3, that's 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And we would have 2 more. Let's have some more like other stuff. Yeah, maybe something with that increases his MS because he doesn't really have. Let's say Rapid Chase. Attacks increase movement speed by 20% for 2 seconds. This is kind of like the opposite of Nexus Blades. And a lot of heroes have like Stitches has Tenderizer, which is like up here. So this helps him stick to the enemy. Attacks increase movement speed by 20% for 2 seconds. And then let's have one more. His attacks increase damage. Attacks give MS.
You had better be ready.
I mean, it's kind of boring, but sure.
I will keep a clear mind always.
And then we will have um
The battle begins in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let the battle begin.
yeah, I was thinking something related to takedowns. Increase spell power? Takedowns increase spell power by 5 for 10 seconds.
Choose a talent.
So you do have some fight in you.
Five heroes, let's say 6% spell power.
Health returns.
Yeah, maybe just put this in like a medium-ish. Actually, spell power. He does have 3 nukes, 3 damage spells, and a 4th one if you want to include the hunt.
Your healing is appreciated.
So right now his role is shifting into hero brawler / cleanup crew. There's another person with I think passive reveal is Yura, which her all attack build is kind of messy. And I'd probably change it when we get to there.
Achieve greatness.
Killing spree.
So yeah, I don't know what to do about his other 20 talents. I guess I would need to improve some of the talents to make them worthy to be 20.
I knew we could do this.
I think I'm making this into maybe a 20. Using any ability, activate simulation. This would be like a generic talent. Still think I need one more though. This would be, let's call this burning core. Using any ability activates immolation. Yeah, that's it. Using any ability activates immolation. And then maybe I don't have this one anymore. Immolation increases the damage taken from Illidan by, let's just say like 20%. By like, no, 30%. So we remove this and then just change this into some damage talent. I mean, we could make this a quest. We make an immolation quest? Flames of Agony. Yeah, this is damage. Using any ability activates immolation. Immolation increases the damage taken from Illidan by 30%. Quest. hit heroes with a full immolation. Hit heroes with 3 seconds of immolation. Increases hit heroes. Quest. Hit heroes with 3 seconds. 3 seconds of immolation. Hit heroes with 3 seconds of immolation. Hit heroes with 3 seconds of immolation. Hit heroes with immolation. Gain 1% damage. Up to 50% damage. Gain 1% damage up to 50% damage. Up to 50%. Quest. Hit heroes with immolation. Gain 1% immolation damage. Quest. Hit heroes with immolation. Gain 1% immolation damage up to 50%. Yeah, and then I wanted this one also. Ellipsis quest. Dodge 20 attacks with elusive strike. Reward duration +1 second. Reward is +1 second evasion. +1 second evasion duration. Quest. Dodge 20 attacks with elusive strike. Reward +1 second evasion duration. So I actually have some quests there because we have the third one, which is this one you just get. You just stack attack damage. Maybe let's start putting things down. This one is a quest. We have this here. We have Flames of Agony or immolation damage. We have Evasive Strike. And then, let's see, we don't have this one. This one, I believe, should be a 16. Which makes this one pretty good. So this will be 13. And then I have what, 4 and 7. This would be 4. Which makes this 7. And then we have this one can also be a 16 maybe. Okay, let's see what is actually strong. This one. Reveal. This one's really weak. This one's a 20. Immolation talent. Using any ability activates immolation. So I was thinking this one for 6. Well, I already have 116. I was also thinking this is like 13. This one and this one. That's what I was thinking of. This one for this. Specifically, you can take this and this. And then we have this this one can be super early, rapid chase. Ignition can be like 7. This way, lifesteal also applies to abilities. So yeah, you can pick between lifesteal through abilities or a better chase through attacks. And then Thirsty Blade would be like 13-ish. This one was gonna be 13. Or actually, should it be 13? This one's early. This one can be early. This should be 13. We have what? 1, 2, 3, 4 slots, 5 slots for 1, 2, 3, 4. Or maybe Thirsting Blade as a 20. You have 40% lifesteal against hero. Betrayer's Thirst. I was thinking this at 13, this at 13, this at 7. Then I have space for one more at 7. Betrayer's Thirst lifesteal doubled against heroes. Betrayer's Thirst. Maybe change the active part. Oh yeah, I said I wanted takedowns. Reset the cooldown to hot. Or make it separate. Takedowns, reset, Betrayer's Thirst. Yeah, I probably have that separately at 7. Yeah, let's call this Eternal Hunger. Takedowns, reset the cooldown, reset the cooldown of Betrayer's Thirst. So this basic abilities. Do I want that? Of the hunt? I mean, Greymane has this. Takedowns reset the cooldown of the hunt and basic abilities. Specifically, you also need to take this part. Takedowns reset the cooldown of Betrayer's Thirst. This would be Thirsting Blade. Betrayer's Thirst lifesteal doubled against heroes. I was thinking even more. I think doubled is fine, right? 40% lifesteal. It should be good enough. Tripled sounds way too insane. We have this thing. And then I said this would be a 7 talent. Basic, some more damage and range. This is, let's call this, turn hunger. Let's call this psych. Yeah, we can call this marked for death. So we have the quests, and wait, so this is used, these two. We're going to go to 13. 13. And then that should up in everything. Let's just remove like some of these lines because I have so many changes for Illidan, I don't have the space for it. Maybe remove this line also. So yeah, we have Illidan with a bunch of changes. Now uses mana. Same DPS, it's harder. Changes to all his basic abilities. We have the quests. This is mana burn. This is trait. This one's a generic. This is trait. The strike, mana burn. 2 ults. He gets damage and HP range. Silence. So this starts becoming more unique. Burst damage. Goes through terrain. Silence. And you have the AoE mana burn. Maybe a game changer if you can land the silence. This one helps your damage when you stick on someone. Uses the damage taken from Illidan by 30%. This one is for traits, passive. The ult makes you deal some more damage and tankier. This one makes you clean up super easily. And you take this. Okay, for the cleanup build, you take this. Maybe this one. Well, I mean, there's no point in that when you have this one. And you take, like, you know, burst damage and... maybe this to stick on the enemies. $760 DPS. Yeah, and I think I like it. This is the new Illidan. So he's more range poke. He is Lust, Feast, and Famine. And he is a cleanup specialist. And decent duelist. Yeah, so this is Illidan. And that's all for day 11. See you next time.